Hello and welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, the Red Sox tonight get their second look at the Texas Rangers in Game 2 of the series, and the schedule is not kind to the Red Sox to start the second half. They've got these American League West Rangers first in town for 4. They lost last night, trying to bounce back tonight, and after 2 more games, it is out to Oakland and the West Coast. For the Red Sox, it'll be a 10-game trip without any days off. They'll get one when they finally return home, but it's Oakland, Seattle, and Los Angeles all coming up next as part of this tough schedule for the Red Sox. We welcome in Jerry Remy. And Jerry, not a lot of highlights from last night's game, but there were some, and Bill Hall was certainly one of them.
Well, very difficult job that Bill Hall has, and that's being a utility player. And so far this year, he's played 6 different positions, but he really had a good night last night in that game against the Texas Rangers. Defensively at third base, a couple of fine plays, a diving stop right there on a line drive. He turns this ground ball into a 5U3 double play, and offensively had himself a home run. Bill Hall now has 8 home runs as a utility player for the Red Sox. So it is not an easy job. You know, most guys go out there every day, they work on their one position, whether it be second base, shortstop, the outfield, catcher, whatever it is. Bill Hall has to go out and work on different spots every day. It's really a big workload for him, and he's done it exceptionally well.
You know, the Red Sox hope to have better results tonight in Game 2 of the series. We're back with more from Fenway Park after this. A beautiful night in Boston's Back Bay. It's Game 2 of the 4-game series between the Texas Rangers and the Boston Red Sox. Again, everybody, I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome back inside the broadcast booth. Well, last night we saw the Rangers roll into town, the American League West leaders, with their all-star outfielder, Josh Hamilton, who's been an incredible story in his own right and having another incredible season. The numbers are staggering. Hamilton made his 3rd consecutive start in the All-Star game for the American League on Tuesday. Last night, he had his 16th 3-hit game of the year and set a career high with 3 doubles. So far this month, he's hitting at .400 and already has 4 home runs in just 12 games. His .394 on base percentage would also be a career high. With more on tonight's game, here's Naoko Funiyama.
Don, thank you. We do have a couple of injury updates here. Both Jason Varitek and Dustin Pedroia had scans today. The news for Varitek, he is about 2 weeks behind. The news, much better for Pedroia. The scan showed a lot of healing. He still has to keep his boot on for about 2 weeks, but he is cleared to start weight-bearing exercises, whatever he can handle with the boot.
Got a guy that's doing everything in his power to play. That, we just need to, what I'm kind of worried is he'll try to do too much because they're actually listening to the doctors. They're relying on him a little bit, which scares everybody. If it's sore, he's got to back off. And, getting an honest answer out of him is tough.
Manny Del Carmen pitched last night for AA Portland. He went about 9 pitches. He's expected to be activated tomorrow. As for Clay Buchholz, he pitches tonight in Syracuse for AAA Pawtucket. Don?
All right, Naoko, thanks very much. Tonight for the Texas Rangers is Colby Lewis. He's 8-5 with a 3.33 ERA and won 4 of his last 5 games. The first pitch from Fenway is coming your way next. Southwest Airlines, New England Subaru dealers, Dunkin' Donuts, New England Ford dealers, AT&T, KM Natural Casing Franks, and by Bermuda Tourism. Hey, good evening once again, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway Park. It is hot and steamy and sticky here tonight at Fenway. And cloud covered to begin this game, off to the left anyway to start this game as it's making its way over. Some ominous clouds here. The lights are on at Fenway as the Red Sox and Texas Rangers embark on Game 2 of the 4-game series. Red Sox head out to take the field in their alternate red jerseys. And as they do, let's check out the visiting Texas Rangers starting 9. It's Elvis Andrus at shortstop, Michael Young at third base, with Ian Kinsler at second, Vladimir Guerrero's the DH in the cleanup spot with Josh Hamilton at center. Nelson Cruz is in right, David Murphy is in left field, Benji Molina does the catching, bats 8th, and Chris Davis is at first base, he bats 9th. On the mound for the Boston Red Sox is Felix Doubront. His third start in the majors, a 1-1 record. Beat the Dodgers in his first game to get his first major league win. A 4.22 ERA, and opponents are hitting at .262 against Doubront. His last outing was a loss. It was against the Tampa Bay Rays on the road. He went 5 2/3, giving up 5 hits and 2 runs. He walked more than he struck out.
Red Sox defense is 6th in the American League. They've made 52 errors on the season. It'll be Adrian Beltre at third base, Marco Scudero the shortstop, Bill Hall at second, and Kevin Youkilis at first. Left to right, Daniel Nava, Eric Patterson, and J.D. Drew, and Kevin Cash doing the catching for Dubron.
Umpiring crew, Paul Emmel has the play calling the balls and strikes. It is Bill Hahn at first base, Gary Darling at second base, and Bruce Dreckman is the umpire at third. They're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
It is on the warm side here tonight, 86 degrees. The breeze is out to center field at 11 miles per hour. There is a chance for thunderstorms, and not a surprise based on the kind of heat and humidity that has been in the area in Boston today, as the Red Sox get ready to take on the Texas Rangers, and again looking to get back to their winning ways, and hopefully Felix Dubron can go deep into this game. Certainly the bullpen had to take over last night after just 2+ innings from Tim Wakefield. A very surprising outing for Tim, and one that he really couldn't explain, as 7 runs charged to Wakefield in 2+ innings, 8 hits, no walks, and 2 strikeouts, and a loss to the Rangers. And certainly put the Red Sox on a hole early in last night's game.
And he's usually the guy that the Red Sox expect to go deep in a ball game and help save the bullpen. Well, it wasn't the case last night. Tonight it's up to Dubron to try to go deep in this game for Boston.
He's ready to work to Elvis Andrus, who checks in for the Texas Rangers. Andrus ready to lead off, the shortstop for the Rangers. Dubron ready, and the first pitch of the ball game is in there for strike one, and we're underway. Elvis Andrus, a .277 average, no homers and 25 runs batted in. Ball outside, 1-1, and we talked about it last time out. It appeared that Felix Dubron's curveball had been much improved than the scouting report we heard about it.
Yeah, that's the thing that surprised me in his last outing. Came to the big leagues with a reputation of being able to spot the fastball and throw the changeup, but the curveball was a work in progress. Well, it was a very good curveball last time out against Tampa Bay. We'll see if it's there tonight.
Dealing with Elvis Andrus, who is hitless in his last 17 at-bats. Hasn't had a hit since July 8th. That's a chopper. Dubron off the mound. Got to wait for it to come down, and fires. Hits the runner, and it kicks out towards the tarp. As Andrus will take second base. Looked like a good throw would have had him at first base. And they'll charge Dubron with an error as Andrus takes second.
Yeah, a good throw would have had him probably by about 5 feet at first base. Dubron, the left-hander, falling off toward the third base side, gets him a chance to get over and make the play, but the throw's an errant one. Hits the runner on the back, and he continues on at second base. That's a surprise when you're running down that first base line. All of a sudden, you get hit in the back with a baseball.
So Andrus at second base, the error charge to Dubron. And here is Michael Young. This is where kind of the teeth of the middle of this order starts. It's a very good Texas Rangers order. Number 2 man Michael Young at 301, former batting champion with 12 home runs, 54 runs batted in. And he takes ball 1.
Andrus at second base, very good speed, 23 steals on the season.
Young has slowed it up a little bit lately, hitting at 188 in his last 12 games. He's had the batting average drop from 318 to 301, which matches his lowest batting average of the year. He's gone 12 games since his last multi-hit contest, just back on June 29th. It's so unusual. There's Ron Washington. His Rangers had lost 4 straight before the break, but bounced back nicely last night with a victory in Game 1 of the series. 4.5 game lead over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Athletics 8 games back, and really a disappointing year for the Seattle Mariners, who appear to be much improved heading into the regular season. The 0 pitch is in there for strike 1. Red Sox certainly will have an impact on the way things look in the West coming up, as the Red Sox are headed out west. Showed you off the top, the schedule is not kind. It's a 10-game trip, and there are no off days for the Red Sox. They take on Oakland, Seattle, and L.A. Ground ball right side. Bill Hall at second base tonight. Throws out Young, but a productive out as he gets Elvis Andrus to third base with one down.
Yeah, Michael Young likes to go in that direction anyway, but that time the ground ball is second base, and he advances Andrus to third with less than 2 outs. Took that fastball that was inside, got the hands inside the baseball, and moved it to second base for a productive out.
So one down, Andrus 90 feet away, and here is Ian Kinsler. Second baseman off to a .307 start, 4 homers and 30 runs batted in. He started the year on the DL. And hits a ground ball off the glove of Beltre, kicks into foul ground. From third, Andrus will score, and the Rangers take a 1-0 lead. A hot shot to third off the bat of Ian Kinsler, and the Rangers are on top 1-0.
Well, this is the way Texas started the ball game last night. That ball just exploded at the glove of Adrian Beltre. A topspin ground ball. It just bounces up high. He's able to get the glove on it and slow it down, but a run comes in for the Rangers.
Well, extends a hitting streak to 9 games, and a home run mixed in there as well, but the .382 clip during the 9-game hitting streak. He's at first with 1 out in the first inning, and the Rangers already lead 1-0. Here's Vladimir Guerrero. And the DH takes ball 1 inside. Well, it's been a terrific bounce back year for Guerrero. After a slow couple of years in his final years in Los Angeles, sitting at .323, 20 homers, 76 runs batted in. Started the All-Star game as the DH. Leads the majors with 21 go-ahead RBIs and ranks second with 76 RBIs. He's only one behind Miguel Cabrera. 26 more than he had in all of 2009. Slap foul off to the right, and it's 2-1 to Guerrero.
Well, Guerrero with a home run swing on that 2-0 pitch. He was going for the downs. Got the fastball, but fouled it off.
As far as American League DHs go, he leads an average at .333, RBIs with 71, tied with Ortiz for the most home runs. The DH spot was 17. And doing more DHing now than anything. There is Josh Hamilton, who we highlighted in the open tonight, waiting on deck, batting in the number 5 spot in this Texas Rangers potent offense. 2-2 pitch from Dubront to Guerrero. And it's up high, ball 3. John Farrell hoping that Felix Dubront can go deep into this game tonight. In the bullpen, a little bit of a rest. Of course, the Red Sox sending down Robert Manuel today. He was able to log some innings last night. Called up Fernando Cabrera in case. This one skips in and gets by Cash for ball 4. As taking second base is Ian Kinsler, and on at first is Guerrero. First free pass served up by Felix Dubront.
Well, you mentioned the 4 walks he had in the game last time out, Don, against Tampa Bay. Walking his first in this game. Just overthrows the fastball directly down in the dirt. And not even one that Vladdy was tempted to swing at.
Cash out to talk to Dubront with 1 out, a run in, first and second, and Josh Hamilton coming up. And John Farrell's going to head to the mound. That was a great grab earlier. Up in the upper deck. That was the D'Angelo Lobster Nation catch of the day. Find your best catch of the day at D'Angelo. Their famous lobster lineup is back and loaded with 100% real lobster. Try the lobster roll, the bait stuffed lobster, the lobster sandwich. Come on, you deserve D'Angelo.
Did that happen tonight?
Yes.
That's not on tape?
Just happened moments ago.
Wow. That's a quick, great play. No easing into the game for that guy.
No. He came ready to play. First and second, one down. Josh Hamilton, the batter. Texas trying to do more damage in the first inning. Here's a high fly ball out to deep left center field. Patterson going back onto the warning track to make the catch. Tagging at second is Kinsler. Throw third will not be in time as he advances on the fly out to the warning track by Hamilton for the second out of the inning. And it's first and third now with 2 down here in the first.
Ball that goes up in that direction tonight is dangerous. It's hot, it's humid, and the breeze blowing out toward left field tonight. That one's short of the green monster as Patterson is able to make the catch.
Nelson Cruz standing in with 2 outs and first and third. 307, 11 home runs, 44 runs batted in. And it's strike one to Cruz. th pitch of this first inning for Dubron. And it's on the outside corner for strike 2. Jumps ahead 0-2. Nelson Cruz. Cruz with a 4-game hitting streak coming in. 6 for his last 16. Batting with Kinsler at third base. Guerrero at first base. And 2 outs here in the first inning. 2 is inside. 1-2. Hit the Red Sox well in his career, a .385 hitter against Boston. 1-2, chop back up the middle and into center field, a base hit. From third comes Kinsler with the second Texas run. Throw to third is in time. They get Guerrero. Gun down at third base to conclude the inning, but Texas grabs a pair. The Rangers take a 2-0 lead. Ballas and Bryan, who are at Fenway Park tonight as we check out the Red Sox starting lineup. It is brought to you by New England Chevy dealers. Marco Scudero is at shortstop to lead it off with Eric Patterson in center field. David Ortiz, the DH, with Kevin Youkilis at first base. J.D. Drew in right field. Adrian Beltre at third base. Daniel Navas in left. He bats seventh with Bill Hall at second base, eighth. And Kevin Cash doing the catching again tonight, bats ninth. Red Sox, as they were last night when they came to bat in the first inning, are trailing out of the gate. Much larger deficit in last night's contest than tonight. It's 2-0 Texas as Marco Scudero takes ball one from Colby Lewis. His 18th start of the year, an 8-5 record, 3.33 ERA. Opponents only hitting at 209 against him and a lot of strikeouts, 105 Ks. As he misses away, 2-0. He did win last time out, a 6-inning effort against the Cleveland Indians. 3 runs, 2 earned, and had 8 strikeouts with 2 walks. He's won 4 of his last 5 outings.
Colby Lewis spent a couple of years working in Japan before coming back to the Texas Rangers.
Scudero fooled on the pitch with a swing and a miss. It is 2-2. Marco at 279 with 4 homers and 28 runs batted in. Lewis with no record against the Red Sox, 4.50 ERA, 3 earned runs in 6 innings pitched, and 2 career appearances against the Red Sox, including 1 start. It was 2-2. He's in the air out towards right center field. Cruz on the move, and the right fielder gets there for the first out in the bottom of the first inning.
Let's take a look at the Ranger defense. They're 8th in the league with 56 errors on the season. Michael Young will be at third base. Elvis Andrus the shortstop. Ian Kinsler at second, and Chris Davis the first baseman. Left to right, David Murphy, Josh Hamilton, and Nelson Cruz, and Benji Molina doing the catching.
One down here in the bottom of the first inning as Eric Patterson stands in against Colby Lewis. This is the play that ended last inning, and Patterson with a good throw to gun down Guerrero at third.
Patterson doing a good job charging that ball. A nice one hot throw to third base to get to Vladimir Guerrero and end the inning. Get the Red Sox in the dugout.
Patterson at 211, 6 homers and 12 runs batted in. And much like Bill Hall, moving around on a nightly basis from spot to spot. And tonight is in center field. It's a fly ball down the left field line. It will be foul. And just foul at that into the first row. David Murphy went as far as he could. And Patterson will have to come back with a count of 2-2. Well, for Patterson, 4 of his 7 hits as a member of the Red Sox have gone for extra base hits. He's got double, triple, 2 home runs with the Red Sox. Strike 3. Patterson takes a look, and Colby Lewis has his first strikeout of the night, 2 down.
Well, you mentioned, Don, that Lewis does have good strikeout numbers, and here he picks up the outside corner and down. Nasty pitch by Lewis to pick up his first strikeout of the night.
2 down for David Ortiz, part of the key matchup. It's brought to you by your New England Acura dealers. He was 2 for 6 with a couple of home runs against Colby Lewis in his career. As with 2 outs, he comes up with the bases empty here in the bottom of the first inning. Just outside for ball 1. Ortiz was 0 for 4 in the ballgame here last night. He's been walking a lot more lately. He's drawn 11 walks in his last 7 games. 18 homers, 57 runs batted in. Sends it foul to the left. Wow, what a catch that was.
That might top the first catch.
halfway.
Oh, yeah, that's very impressive. Might have to read that card again, Don.
He needs a lobster sandwich from D'Angelo. Swinging a foul tip into the catcher's mitt, 1-2. Scudero fly to right. Patterson struck out. 1-2 to David Ortiz. Sent foul down the right field line. 94 on the fastball from Kobe Lewis. Got a fastball, curveball, slider, change, and a cutter. One-two gets away, and it is 2-2. Mentioned that he's won 4 of his last 5 games. A victory against Cleveland last time out. He lost against Houston back on June 25th, but 3 victories in a row: Seattle, Milwaukee, and Houston. And he comes in with an 8-5 record into his 18th start of 2010. Breaking ball down low. Did he go? No, says Bruce Streckman, third base umpire. It's a full count.
Ortiz just barely checking the swing that time.
Lewis ready with the 3-2 pitch to Big Papi. Ortiz with another foul out towards the grandstand and out of play. I mentioned the time for Kobe Lewis in Japan. He was 26-17 in Japan. He was there in 09 and 08. Three-two again. Ortiz fouls it off again, and more pitches for Kobe Lewis in the inning.
Fastball that time above the belt at 94 miles an hour for Lewis, and Big Papi able to foul it back.
Mike Maddox, the pitching coach for the Texas Rangers. Much improved Texas Rangers pitching core. They are 5th in earned run average heading into tonight's action, 3.95. 3-2 again. 9th pitch of the at-bat, and Lewis will finally get Ortiz as Andrus backpedals to shallow center to make the catch. That ends things in the first. Red Sox down in order. Texas on top 2-0.
convenient Boston Globe home delivery. Call 888-MY-GLOBE or go to bostonglobe.com/sports.
Second inning, 2-0. Texas on top as David Murphy leads it off for the Texas Rangers and takes strike one from Felix Dubron. Murphy, Molina, and Davis, bottom third of the Rangers order. 3 homers, 24 RBIs for Murphy, who came off the bench last night defensively for Texas. Got into the game, and it's the start tonight for the Rangers. On the ground off the side of the mound, kind of redirects to Scudero. The throw is just in time. They slowed it down, and Scudero had to get it there in a hurry. Murphy got down the line well, but he's retired for the first out of the second inning.
Sure did. That ball looked like it was going to be a nice routine out to Scudero, but it ended up being a little bit closer than I think everybody expected. They see it hit the side of the mound. Scudero has to back up on it to play the good hop, and from the outfield grass make that throw to get Murphy, who was hustling down the line.
One out here in the second inning for Benji Molina. He takes ball one away. Molina at 185 since coming to the Texas Rangers from the San Francisco Giants. 1 home run. It was hit here last night. And 2 runs batted in. First as an American League player for Molina since September 27th of 2006. He was at Detroit when he was a member of the Angels. This is back up the middle and into center field. 1 out single for Benji Molina.
For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Red Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will donate $500 to Children's Hospital Boston. CVS Pharmacy is the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox.
So 1 out. The Texas Rangers with a base runner here in the second, and Chris Davis coming up, the first baseman. 203, no homers, and 2 runs batted in. Davis spending a good chunk of time in Oklahoma City this year as this one pops off Cash. And heading to second base is Benji Molina. And into scoring position.
Once again, overthrowing that fastball and the ball deflecting off the shoulder, it looked like, of Kevin Cash. Molina gets himself in a scoring position with 1 out.
Walking lead off second. Chris Davis waiting on a 1-0. He fouls it straight back, 1-1. '67 games at AAA this year for Chris Davis. Member of the Oklahoma City Red Hawks. 10 home runs, 56 RBIs in 67 games. He came onto the scene with the Rangers. Looked like he was going to be there to stay. But up and down to AAA over the last 2 years. In 2008, in his first year, he was named the Rangers Rookie of the Year when he hit .285 with 17 home runs and 55 runs batted in 80 games. And led all qualifying Major League rookies with a .549 slugging percentage. One hopper that gets by Hall and into right field. Molina will be stopped at third as Drew gets it back in. And it's first and third with 1 out. It's a hit for Davis. And the Rangers swinging the bats again tonight.
Well, we've seen a couple of these types already in this game where that ball has topspin and just explodes on the infielder. We saw it against Adrian Beltre earlier in the first inning, and that time against Bill Hall.
So first and third, 1 down. And Elvis Andrus is the batter. Reached on the error by Felix Dubron. And scored the first Rangers run. They scored twice in the first. Looking for more in the second as Andrus takes strike 1. Andrus has been getting on base, reached base safely via hit or walk 70 of his last 82 games. And is tied with Derek Jeter for Major League shortstop lead with 57 runs scored. Hasn't been running a lot lately. Has just 5 stolen bases in his last 38 games. And was caught trying to steal in Tuesday's All-Star game in his first selection as an All-Star. Ball 1-1-2. We'll get a better look, Jerry, of the rest of the West here in a hurry, but it appears this Texas Rangers team is very, very good, and you add Cliff Lee, and it's even better.
You're exactly right, Don, and the pitching is the key. That's been the big difference, I think, in this Ranger ball club. Strong in the rotation, strong in the bullpen.
Strike 3 call to Andrus. First strikeout for Gibran. He needed that, and it's the second out of the second inning.
Almost like the fastball surprised Elvis Andrus here. A fastball right down at knee high at about 93 miles an hour. And Andrus goes down. First strikeout of the game for Dubron.
First and third, 2 down. And Michael Young, the batter. Grounded out to the second baseman, Bill Hall, in the first inning. Takes ball 1. Earlier this year, June 16th, the middle of June, Young becoming the Rangers' all-time franchise leader in hits. Pass to Vaughn Rodriguez at 1,772, and back to Dubron. Runs a little bit and throws to first for the out and gets him out of the jam. The Rangers strand a pair. We're through an inning and a half. It's 2-0 Texas. Wherever you're going.
Get a handheld look at the news, scores, and live game blogs you expect from NESN at NESN.com/mobile. Wherever you're going.
Bottom of the second inning. As Kevin Youkilis leads it off 2-0. Texas on top. Youkilis, Drew, and Beltre in the second inning. Red Sox trailing by 2 runs. A 289 start to the night for Youkilis. 18 homers, 57 runs batted in. Drive to deep left. Ball is up. Ball is off the wall. And it's to Hamilton, the center fielder, gets it back in, but it's a double for Youkilis to start the second inning.
Youkilis gets a breaking ball, a slider that's away from him, and he hooks it off that left field wall. And it left the batter look like maybe it had a chance, but not quite enough. Youkilis in a second base with a stand-up double.
Fifth straight season that he's had at least 20 doubles. As he stands at second base to begin things here in the second inning. J.D. Drew and the Red Sox trailing by 2. Trying to get to Colby Lewis, who had a 1-2-3 first inning. It was not an easy 1-2-3 inning. A long at bat for David Ortiz at the end of the first, and what turned out to be a 19-pitch first inning for Lewis. The home run in last night's game, an opposite field shot, a 2-for-4 night. In on the hands and flipped out to right center field for a base hit. Around comes Youkilis. The Red Sox get their first run of the night. Just kind of muscled that out into right center field, and the Red Sox are on the board.
Well, that's what J.D. Drew has been doing recently. If the ball's away, he's been taking it to the opposite field. If the ball's inside, he's been pulling it. And that time the ball was in, he pulls it and drops it right in front of Nelson Cruz out there in right field. So the Red Sox get one of them back, now trail it 2-1. For J.D., his 44th RBI of the season.
Here is Adrian Beltre back in the lineup for the Red Sox, and had to leave the final game of the first half. And we wondered if he would appear in the All-Star game based with the hamstring issue that he had that had him leave the game in Toronto. He did indeed play in the game and had an at-bat and had last night off for precautionary reasons. In the lineup tonight, you can tell that Terry Francona may have preferred to leave him out yet another night, but Beltre really wants back in. He takes the strike, and it's 1-1. The hamstring that is an issue is the left hamstring, and did not play in last night's game. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. They really want his bat in there, and Terry Francona today was kind of quick to say that should the situation present itself, they would pinch run for him later in the game if it came down to it.
Yeah, Beltre was out running early this afternoon, doing some work in the outfield to see if he was able and ready to play in this game tonight. And after that, he went into a meeting with Terry Francona, said that he was ready to go, and they actually changed the lineup and put him in it.
When we last saw him, we left Toronto. It certainly did not look good.
Looked like a DL.
Yep. And he got out to Anaheim and felt better and was able to participate in the All-Star game. There he is as he twists away from the breaking ball. And it's 2-2.
The breaking ball with no break on it.
Double and a single to start this second inning for Boston. A run on the board. And Beltre waiting on a 2-2 from Colby Lewis as J.D. Drew gains his lead at first base. Ball 3, full count. Adrian Beltre with 13 home runs on the season, tied for the most among American League third baseman with Tampa Bay's Evan Longoria and New York's Alex Rodriguez. There is Daniel Nava waiting on deck. 2 takes off. Beltre drives it to left. One hopper to the wall. Drew will head to third. Beltre throws the brakes on. A long single, and the Red Sox have him at first and third with nobody out.
That's the second ball hit hard this inning off a breaking ball from Colby Lewis. There's the slider on the 3-2 count. Beltre down to that one knee as he puts it one hop against the wall. Bounces straight up, and Murphy gets it back in, holding Beltre to a single. Euclid also hit a breaking ball. That one was off the wall for the double.
So they're out to corners, nobody out to run in. And a chance here for Daniel Nava. 305 with a home run and 16 runs batted in for Nava. He was 1 for 2 with a couple of walks in last night's game. As he takes ball 1. Drew at third base, Beltre at first base. 3 straight hits to start this second inning. Nava takes strike 1. Runners in scoring position. Nava's been outstanding. 474 with a home run and 14 runs batted in. Down and in, backhanded by Molina that time. So far, the Red Sox have fared very well against the American League West, and they're in a stretch of 14 straight games against the American League West, but so far 8-3. Best winning percentage in the majors against the AL West. Lost last night, trying to even things up right now, as Nava takes an outside corner strike that appeared to be away. 2-2.
You know, most of those numbers, too, Don, against the American League West have been right here at Fenway Park.
And a lot of the rest are coming out in the West.
In bunches.
Starting on Sunday after the finale of this 4-game series, the Red Sox will charter to Oakland to begin that series against the A's. 2-2, slap foul off to the left. The Red Sox did win the first series against Texas back on April 20th through the 22nd, taking 2 out of 3. And the Red Sox here at home have won 11 of their last 15 games against Texas at Fenway, dating back to 2007. First and third, nobody out. Nava waiting on a 2-2 as the pitch count continues to rise for Colby Lewis. Outside, ball 3. Breaking ball does not appear to be working right now for Lewis.
He's had a couple of them this inning slip out of his hand. One to Adrian Beltre, that last one to Daniel Nava.
Bluff to third, bluff to first, doesn't throw to either venue. Drew at third, Beltre at first, nobody out. Ball 4 to Nava, and the Red Sox have him loaded. It's the first free pass served up by Colby Lewis on the first visit of the night for Mike Maddox to the mound.
Well, there's no place like Uno for summer, especially this summer when the menu features succulent lobster dishes to choose from, including lobster flatbread, lobster mac and cheese, and so much more. Uno, way deeper than pizza.
Lewis in this second inning has given up a double, an RBI single, another single, and a walk. and has not yet recorded an out. Red Sox have the bases loaded, nobody out. And Bill Hall coming up. Bill Hall last night making his first start at third base since August of 09. He was 2 for 4 here last night with a home run and a run batted in. Home run total. He is up to 8 now for Bill Hall. 25 runs batted in and 246 batting average. He's now gone deep. Starting games in 5 different positions. Left field, center field, right field, second base, and third base. Swing and a miss for strike one. One foul back, and it's 0-2. Well, the ultimate driving machine this week is Bill Hall, brought to you by your local Massachusetts BMW Center. Visit bmwmass.com. 4 games. He had 438, going 7 for 16. 2 doubles, 2 homers, and 5 runs batted in. The ultimate driving machine this week. Trying to drive some runs in right here, with nobody out in the second inning and the bases loaded. Swing and a miss. Hall strikes out, and a couple of sliders in that exchange from Lewis that really baffles Bill Hall.
Yeah, he did not see a fastball in that hole at bat. All breaking balls from Colby Lewis, and he picks up the big strikeout with the bases loaded.
So 1 out. Still bases filled with Red Sox Kevin Cash. 125. No homers, no runs batted in out of the number 9 spot. He's kind of settled into this everyday catching situation at the moment. As he takes strike one. He has started now 9 of the Red Sox last 11 games since being reacquired by the Red Sox from the Houston Astros on July 1st. The trade was for infielder Angel Sanchez. Strike 2, and it's 0-2. Fastball that time at 94. Cash never had a grand slam in his career. Drew at third, Beltre at second, Nav at first. 1 out here in the second inning. This one will get through. From third base comes J.D. Drew, and the game is tied. This one, it appeared Lewis was finding his bearings, able to strike out Hall and jumping ahead of Cash, and corks a wild pitch that ties the game.
Yeah, that one just bounces way out in front of the plate. Molina jumps up and it goes through the 5-hole. J.D. Drew scoring the game-tying run.
So the runners move along. Beltre to third, Nav at second. 1 out, and it's 1-2 to Kevin Cash. Swing and a miss, and Cash, as it gets away from Molina, will try to reach it first. He cannot. Put out goes 2-3 on the third strikeout for Colby Lewis, and there's 2 down in the inning.
Once again, Colby Lewis goes back to the breaking ball. Cash chases it, and Molina has to throw him out at first base. He'll check that runner at third first before making the throw to first base.
Two down, top of the order. Marco Scudero getting his second look at Colby Lewis. Scudero flied out to right field in the first inning. Red Sox have tied the game and a chance to do more damage as it's ball 1 away. Scudero 0 for 5 in last night's first game of the series. Very good numbers with runners in scoring position, and especially lately since June the 5th at 478. On the corner, and it's 1-1. Beltre at third base, Knob at second base, 2 down. Gathered by Molina, and it's 2-1.
And Molina's been busy back there blocking a lot of these breaking balls that have been in the dirt.
Foul to the right, and it's 2-2 to Scudero. It'll be Lewis with a 1-2-3 first inning. First 4 Red Sox reach here in the second. The game tied 2-2. Runners at second and third, but for Lewis, the pitch count for an inning and 2/3 is up to 48. Up high, ball 3. Eric Patterson waiting on deck. Josh Hamilton moves into right center field for Scudero to go the other way. Lewis has struck out the last 2 batters in a row as Scudero gets time and backs out. Scudero strikes out. It's 3 Ks in a row for Lewis. But for the Red Sox, 2 runs, able to tie the score 2 at the end of 2. It is Ian Kinsler, Vladimir Guerrero, and Josh Hamilton to bat in the inning. Felix Dubron. A long wait, but the Red Sox tie the score. Well, the Red Sox and Rangers are playing at Fenway Park. The Rays and the Yankees are playing at Yankee Stadium, and they're in the third in New York. It's Tampa Bay out to a 2-0 advantage tonight. Tough to figure if you're a Red Sox fan who you're really rooting for in that series. The Red Sox are trailing both at the moment. Boston 5.5 games back of New York in the American League East, with Tampa Bay in between. Strike over the inside corner, and it's a full count. Is James Shields scheduled to pitch there tonight for Tampa Bay against CC Sabathia. Ground ball foul outside of third, and really it's been a very difficult season for James Shields, who is the opening day starter and has been really the least effective of the starters for Tampa Bay.
Very, very surprising. They've got Andy Sonnenstein in that bullpen who they could easily switch with if they had to. I'm sure they want to get Shields going as Kinsler takes strike 3 at the knees.
Set it down to Nalco.
Don, you know, we have to get some hockey news in here, of course, because I'm working this game. But Boston Bruins announced today that they're going to be hosting a summer camp in West Roxbury starting next week with an all-star cast of coaches. Take a look. Monday, General Manager Peter Chiarelli will be coaching. Tuesday, our very own Gord Kluzak with Bob Sweeney. Also, hockey geniuses Andy Brickley and assistant coach Jeff Ford on Wednesday, Ted Donato Thursday. And they conclude camp with David Krejci coaching on Friday. For more information, go to BostonBruins.com. Thanks, Don.
All right, Nalco. I had a feeling we were going to have some Bruins updates sometime or another. I mean, you are here, so we should do that, and that's all good. Looking forward to all that. Some big names will be part of that. One out for Vladimir Guerrero, a liner to left. Wow, that was a hot shot that got to Nava in a blink of an eye, but he's there to make the catch. 2 down.
And Nava was actually charging this line drive. First, I thought he was going to charge it. The ball was going to go over his head. That was a rocket hit right there by Guerrero.
From the bat to the glove in no time at all. 2 outs in the third inning for Josh Hamilton. Hamilton flied out to the warning track in center field in the first inning, 0 for 1. Bat goes flying into the seats. Well, looks like everybody is all right in the end. Pitch is outside for ball 2, 2-1. I think Hamilton's trying to get security guards' attention as he looked back in that direction. Let him keep it. Two-1 inside, and it's 3-1. Some ominous clouds making their way over. There's a chance for a storm here tonight at Fenway Park, and I'd say the probability is growing. In the dirt for ball 4, and it's a 2-out walk for Josh Hamilton.
Visit the official online shop of the Boston Red Sox at redsox.com to browse the largest selection of official gear, including the latest apparel and authentic classics for the whole family. Get your gear from the official source, the redsox.com shop. Accept no substitutes.
So 2 down, Hamilton at first base, and Nelson Cruz is the batter, covering everything in preparation of what is coming. They have taken tarp cover off, which is never a good sign.
I'd say it's going to miss us, Don.
You're calling a miss. The 1-0 is grounded foul. Well, since I don't think it's going to miss, I think we should get some birthdays out of the way. We want to wish bench coach DeMarlo Hale happy birthday, his 49th birthday today. And Teddy LeBlanc, who's our robo cameraman up here in the booth. Very happy birthday to Ted. And just a hello and a get well soon to Patty Adams of Cheshire, Connecticut. Great Red Sox fan. 1-1 is inside, ball 2. Now, any kind of delay is going to mess up your packing because I know you haven't packed yet.
No. This is pack tomorrow. Pack now, stuff gets all wrinkled and everything.
How can you wait that long? I mean, this is a 10-game trip. Great deal of planning that goes on, and you're not going to do it now.
Well, I have things in mind that I'll be taking, but there's no sense in pulling those things out until tomorrow at some point.
My combinations were done on Wednesday.
Are you bringing 5 suits on this trip?
5 suits. Each have 2 combinations. It's a lot of suits.
I'm going to bring one blue blazer and wear it every game.
2-1, a snap throw to first, and safe at first base is Hamilton. Just getting back in.
Very quick release here to first base by Kevin Cash. Just missing Hamilton at first base. You know, you could wear a blue blazer every single day and nobody would really say anything.
Really?
Yes. I mean, you couldn't wear a yellow jacket every day because people would say, dude, he's got that yellow jacket on again.
I think we got into GQ because of what we wear, Jerry.
I'm sure of that, yeah.
2-2 game as we head to the bottom of the third. Rain is coming. Eastern Bank, the best team in banking. Last half of the third inning back at Fenway Park, game tied 2-2 as Eric Patterson leads it off. Colby Lewis in the second inning giving back the 2 runs the Rangers had collected in the first inning. And Patterson followed by Ortiz and Euclid in the third. My point was, Jerry, that the reason we got into GQ and so highly rated may be because of the way we dressed. I mean, GQ is all about men's fashion. If you're going to wear a blue blazer for every game, this 10-game trip, we may slide.
My point is this. You could wear a blue blazer every single day with a different combination shirt and tie, and people would say, they wouldn't even notice the blue blazer. They'd say, that's a nice, that is an absolutely nice tie or a shirt or whatever. You couldn't wear some ugly plaid, jacket every day. People go, that's an ugly coat, and he wears it every day.
It's all about the combination, is what you're saying. Along with
I think a blue blazer you could wear every single day. That would save a heck of a lot of packing.
True.
You could put a big Nesson on, put a big Nesson right here.
Well, I just worried about our ranking. I mean, we came up with quite a revelation before the game. It kind of hit us together at the same time. Swing and a miss for Patterson, who strikes out. We were ranked third, or ranked fourth overall, but tonight we realized we're actually first in the AL.
Right.
That's right.
That's right.
Number one in the American League.
Number one in the AL.
Let's take a look. Texas?
Any questions? No.
Yankees?
Yankees, no.
How about the Orioles?
No.
No.
Yes. And what's it spell?
Listen.
Quite a revelation when it occurred to us that it was first in the American League. Fourth overall, but first in the American League.
You should be very proud of yourself.
Thanks the fine folks from GQ. Again,
it's a wonderful magazine.
Yes, loved it anyways.
You haven't
love
seen
it more now. We're number one in the American League, and we covered all the teams to make sure. We counted them and yelled them all out.
Right. We figured out other ways to move up the list too.
2-0 pitches outside, 3-0.
It's funny we didn't think of that last night, though.
No.
Didn't even enter our mind.
No. Never crossed my mind. Saw the other guys and figured, fourth isn't bad, but when you look at it, American League.
It kind of gave you something to shoot for, you know?
Yes, yeah. It's kind of hoping for your missing theory, but it is starting to rain here at Fenway Park.
Yeah, I told you it was going to rain.
Pitch number 60 for Kobe Lewis. Lewis popped up foul, backing out of play.
It's not going to last forever. Rain never does.
It does appear to be splitting up in the middle, though. You see, I mean, it looks like it could just miss. I saw what you saw, but now I'm having doubts. 3-2. Ortiz grounds it to first base. Davis has got it. He'll take it to the bag himself, and there's two down in the third. The Rangers should be comfortable in these kind of conditions. Coming into Fenway Park tonight, as hot as it was, sticky as it was, they deal with that all year in Texas. And there are two outs here in the third inning, 5 in a row. Retired by Kobe Lewis. And here is Kevin Youkilis, who got the rally started for the Red Sox in the second inning, a double.
I think it's raining harder now, Don.
Yes.
It's apparently not going to miss us completely.
One is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. In the dirt, and it's 1-2. Lewis went through that trouble in the second inning. 3 straight hits and a walk, 2 runs. He had a wild pitch mixed in there as well, and then struck out Hall, Cash, and Scudero. Then struck out Patterson to begin this inning. So 4 straight Ks, then the ground out. So it's 5 in a row retired. And a foul off to the right.
Red Sox Nation, if you need medical care while at Fenway Park, visit the Beth Israel Deaconess First Aid Stand behind Section 12. Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center is the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox. Visit them at bidmc.org.
Nicholas grounds it foul. Still 1-2. Popped up on the right side of the infield as Kinsler makes his way in and puts it away to end the inning. 1-2-3 third inning for Lewis. We play 3, tied at 2 from rainy Fenway. The rain got a little bit harder as that last half of the third inning ended. And right away, they came out and put the tarp on. So obviously the indications are this is going to continue for a while and certainly has increased in intensity. So a rain delay here at Fenway Park. And for Colby Lewis, who's kind of rolling along right there as he got through the third inning and retired 6 batters in a row. And tough to tell how this will affect the starting pitching. Red Sox certainly don't want to get back into that pen after just 3 innings from Felix Dubron.
Hopefully this will be a quick hitter and out of here, and it won't affect either starting pitcher in the
the top half of the fourth inning. We have played 3 innings from Fenway Park. Game tied 2-2. And Felix Doubront is going to be back on the hill for the Red Sox as this rain delay extended. You had to wonder whether or not he'd be coming back, and he is at least to begin the fourth inning.
Yeah, not really that long of a delay, Don, for a guy like Doubront, young guy. So he's back out on the mound. Question is, will Kobe Lewis be back out there? There's nobody throwing right now in the bullpen for the Texas Rangers.
Kobe Lewis had thrown 67 pitches through 3 innings, as Felix Doubront had thrown 57 through 3. And, of course, the Rangers scored first tonight, getting 2 runs in the first inning. Red Sox come back with 2 runs in the second, and this game is tied 2-2 as we resume play in the fourth inning. And for Terry Francona and the Red Sox, game 2 of this 4-game series against Texas. Tomorrow night we will play night baseball from Fenway Park, and then Sunday afternoon to wrap up this 4-game homestand. And for Ron Washington, of course, the 4-game losing streak came to an end here last night with a victory, and now in the midst of a 2-2 ball game in game 2 of the series. Meanwhile, in New York, at last check, they are tied up 3-3. The Tampa Bay Rays and the New York Yankees as they play tonight head-to-head, 2 top teams in the American League East. Here is David Murphy as we resume play in the fourth inning. It'll be Murphy, Molina, and Davis. They were scheduled to bat before the rains came, and Murphy gets his second at bat against Doubront. He grounded out to shortstop here in the second inning. He is 0 for 1. There's strike 1 to Murphy. Oh, 3 strikeouts for Doubront. He's walked about it and has allowed 4 hits to the Texas Rangers.
Texas runs coming on a base hit by Ian Kinsler back in the first inning, and Nelson Cruz back in the first inning.
Murphy with a swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Get a piece of it on a foul tip. Worked out to be a 1-hour rain delay here at Fenway Park, as the rain has started again here very lightly. There's strike 3, 4th strikeout for Doubront. And Murphy down by way of the K. 1 down here in the fourth inning.
And so far, all the strikeouts have been on the fastball for Doubront. That ball at the bottom of the strike zone, about knee high.
There is the rain beginning again. 1 out in the fourth. Benji Molina, the batter. He had singled in the second inning. Fouls it off the end of the bat for strike 1. To right field. J.D. Drew going back. It is struck well. He twists and turns and can't make the catch. Glances off his glove and onto the track. And to second base goes Molina with a double. Very rarely do you see Drew get twisted up like he did, but he spun all the way around, and then it actually hit his glove and came off.
Yeah, he's one of the best at reading the ball off the bat, but he spun around like a pretzel this time. Starts off going to his left and turns around the other way, and the ball goes right at the top of the glove. Very rare to see J.D. Drew go back in that fashion and have a ball tip off the top of his glove.
So a double for Molina is credited, his 7th double of the year. And it is his second hit. He's 2 for 2. 1 out, 1 on for Chris Davis, who singled to right field back in the second inning. 1 for 1. And a swing and a miss. And falling again at Fenway Park. Reese has picked up as well. Another strike, and it's 0-2. Second straight night that the Red Sox started the game having to come from behind. Last night, 6 runs in the first for Texas. Tonight, 2 in the first, but the Red Sox have tied it up 2-2 as the Rangers bat in the 4th inning. Davis rolls it over foul towards the end of the Red Sox dugout.
Covidien, a global healthcare products company, is a proud sponsor of the Red Sox Foundation, helping to address health needs in our communities.
Rain falling as hard now as it did for much of the rain delay. On the ground towards second base. Hall's got it. And he'll fire to first. For out number 2 as Molina takes third.
It's one of the few curveballs we've seen Dubron throw in this ball game tonight. And picks up a ground ball out against Davis. Had a good one last time out against Tampa Bay. That one left up in the zone a little bit, but fortunately, the ground ball right at Bill Hall.
2 down. Molina 90 feet away as Elvis Andrus stands in. He's reached on an error in the first inning and then struck out looking in the second. Scored the first Rangers run as he takes a pitch up for ball 1. Andrus fouls it off. 1-1. Dubron's third major league start. 1-1. The 4.22 earned run average coming in, and another good catch. Not bad.
Right hand to left hand, back to the right hand, and into the pocket.
Sliced foul off to the right. Lightning flashing off to the left. Murphy struck out to begin the inning. The double by Molina. Ground out to the right side for Chris Davis as Benji Molina at third base, 90 feet away. The go-ahead run for Texas here in the 4th inning. And a 1-2 pitch for Elvis Andrus coming up. Bouncing in 2-2. So nobody's been warming for Texas at all.
Unless Kobe Lewis is coming back out and will be able to throw from the mound to get loose.
Two to Andrus. Inside, almost hit him, full count. And he is in there with a towel wrapped around with the look of a guy who's coming back. Three-two pitch from Felix Dubron. He struck him out. Looks away briefly as firing down the first is cast for the out that ends the inning. It's strikeout number 5 for Dubron. We've played 3.5, tied at 2.
Bacon and Ruben Studdard bring the timeless tour to MGM Grand at Foxwoods and perform live in concert August 7th at 8 p.m. For tickets, call 866-MGM-0609 or visit mgm@foxwoods.com.
Bottom of the fourth inning back at Rainy Fenway. Kind of a strange scene here in between innings as Ron Washington and Mike Maddox, the manager and pitching coach for Texas, came out along with Kobe Lewis as he started to warm up. They brought the home plate umpire Paul Emmel out there as well. It's almost like they were checking to see if he could continue. He didn't warm up in the bullpen like Felix Doubront did to get ready after the hour rain delay. And he stays in there, and the first pitch to Drew is fouled off.
And he really didn't throw that many pitches when he was warming up.
Threw 67 pitches before the delay. And again, it was an hour. It's down and in, and it's 1-1. Drew, Beltre, and Nava expected here in the fourth inning. As Drew takes strike two. JD with a single in the second inning, an RBI single at that, picking up his 44th RBI of the year. 1-2, wrapped on the ground right side. Kinsler from the outfield grass throws out Drew for the first out of the inning.
Top flight European soccer comes to Fenway on July 21st at 8 p.m. Celtic FC of the English Premier League will take on Sporting Club de Portugal from the Portuguese Liga. Tickets are on sale at tickets.com/football at Fenway.
One out here in the fourth inning for Adrian Beltre. Singled in the second inning. Broken bat foul.
Slider right toward the end of the bat for Beltre, and it shatters.
One out here in the fourth inning. Adrian Beltre with a count of 0-1. Daniel Nava waits on deck. As Kobe Lewis returning here in the fourth inning after the delay, and this is in tight. The breaking ball didn't break very much.
The second time tonight that's happened to Adrian Beltre on a break. Actually, that was a changeup. A changeup that slipped out of the hand of Lewis.
Foul back, 1-2. Red Sox with 3 hits off Lewis with 5 strikeouts through the first 3 innings. Now all told has retired 7 Red Sox in a row. 1-2 fouled off to the right. We'll do it again. Beltre with a single to left field in his first at bat in the second inning in his first start of the second half of the season. High drive to left. Deep, far, and gone into the monster seats. Adrian Beltre gets his 14th home run of the year and puts the Red Sox on top 3-2.
Once again, it's on a breaking ball, and you see Beltre go down on that one knee. Not quite all the way on the ground that time. Got a base hit on a breaking ball in his first at bat, second at bat, home run.
One out. Red Sox take the lead in the fourth inning. Now Nava takes ball 1 from Kobe Lewis. During the 2010 Red Sox season, Hess and Hess Express will donate $500 to the Red Sox Foundation for every home run hit by the Red Sox. Hess and Hess Express committed to helping the cause. The 1-0 misses for ball 2, 2-0. Adrian Beltre with his 14th home run of the year. For a strike, 2-1. First lead of the series the Red Sox have enjoyed. They're down 6-0 last night, down 2-0 tonight in the first inning. Foul tip, 2-2. Out towards shallow right center, but incoming is Hamilton to make the catch for the second out of the fourth inning. 2 down. It's time now for tonight's AT&T trivia question. Well, the question is, how many Red Sox have hit 2 home runs in an inning? We'll the answer for you a little bit later. So 2 outs in the fourth inning. And Bill Hall coming up. He struck out swinging in the second, 0 for 1. One of 5 strikeouts for Kobe Lewis. Another pitch in there for strike 1. Lane has sided for the moment. You think about the weather conditions, whether or not this is going to continue all night, it'd be important for the Red Sox, of course, to get through the 5th inning and make this an official game. Rain has been hard here at times tonight. Beltre has given the Red Sox the advantage here, 3-2 in the 4th. Ball 2 strikes to Bill Hall, 2 outs in the 4th inning. Fouls it off to the right, still 1-2. Kevin Cash waiting on deck. Lewis coming back after an hour rain delay without warming up in the pen. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out Hall to end the inning, his 6th strikeout. But Adrian Beltre, with his 14th home run of the year, has given the Red Sox a 3-2 lead at the end of chairman of the Boston Red Sox, Tom Werner, hosting Brad Faxon at the game tonight as Red Sox have a 3-2 lead over the Texas Rangers into the top half of the 5th inning from Fenway on a rainy night. Already had an hour rain delay. Played much of the 4th inning in the rain, but right now it has subsided. Felix Dubron into the 5th. And the first pitch ball to Michael Young. Fernando Cabrera just selected today to the Major League roster. Realized that after all the work that Robert Manuel had done in last night's game, certainly they would need another arm should they run into trouble early in the game.
And there may be another move tomorrow as they're supposed to activate Manny Del Carmen.
2-0 pitch misses for ball 3, 3-0. Manuel here last night throwing a career high 2 2/3. Scott Atchison throwing 3 innings in last night's game. And there is Manny Del Carmen. There's the pitch, a strike, 3-1. And he's been on the DL since the 2nd of July with a forearm strain and a rehab start with AA Portland last night. This is back up the middle and into center field from Michael Young. Leadoff single for the Texas Rangers.
Immediately following the game tonight is WB Mason Extra Innings Live with T-Sheet, Jim Rice, and Peter Gammons. They'll update you on Clay Buckholz's rehab start tonight with Pawtucket. It's all coming up right after the game on WB Mason Extra Innings Live.
Lead runner on, Ian Kinsler is coming up. He's single in the 1st inning. Struck out looking in the 3rd. The 80th pitch of the night for Felix Dubron. When you factor in the hour rain delay, it's even more. Here is the pitching line. It's brought to you by Ace Ticket. 4+ innings, 6 hits, 2 runs. Neither are earned due to the error that he committed in the 1st inning, a throwing error. Walked 2, struck out 5. Ball 2, 2-0. Takes the strike, and it's 2-1. First 2 starts for Dubron, throwing 83 against the Dodgers in his first Major League win, and then in 5 2/3 against Tampa Bay to an even 100. Pop up, sending Youkilis back, straddling the line and in fair ground. He makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Red Sox fans, make your way to Fenway Park this July and August with the summer double play packs. Here a great summer weekend game with a summer weeknight game at America's most beloved ballpark. Visit redsox.com/double play to get your packs today.
One out, Young at first base, and Vladimir Guerrero walked in the 1st inning, lined out to left in the 3rd. Strike 1 as Guerrero disagreeing. Five years of age, Vladimir Guerrero. Walked in with the Montreal Expos back in 1996. First year in the majors. With the Expos from 96 through 2003, and then to Los Angeles from 04 through 09 as a member of the Angels. First year in Anaheim, he hit .337 with 39 home runs and 126 runs batted in. This one kicks off Cash, and to second base goes Young. Wild pitch charged to Felix Dubron.
That's one of the few breaking balls that he has thrown in this game tonight. Just a few of them, and this one bounces. And bounces off the side of Kevin Cash.
One out, Young at second base. Vladimir Guerrero walked in the first, lined out to left in the third, and waits on a 1-2. Guerrero down the line, diving is Beltre. He will hold on to it as reaching first base is Guerrero. Nice play by Beltre just to get to it. Couldn't do anything with it by the time he gathers it in foul ground.
The question is, too, did Beltre re-injure that hamstring when he got up? You see him bouncing around trying to get up after making a spectacular diving play. Looks like he's limping a little bit right there.
No advance at second base for Young. He remains at second with all the action happening at third. And Vladimir Guerrero reaches at first with a base hit. It is the 7th Texas hit of the night. And they've got 2 on, 1 out for Josh Hamilton, who takes ball 1. Hamilton flied out to the warning track in the first inning and then walked in the third. Inside, ball 2, 2-0. Pitch number 90 coming up for Dubron with 1 out in the 5th. It's up high, ball 3. Fernando Cabrera warming in the pen for Boston, ready to go. Taking all the way and taking strike 1 is Hamilton. To Dubron, who could turn it into a double play and throws it into center instead. To second and third go the runners, as Dubron makes the catch on the liner back to him for the second out of the inning and had a chance to double off Young and throws it away, and he may have hurt himself in the process.
Now that was an absolute rocket hit back at him by Hamilton. Gets up and he's waiting for Scudero to get to that bag. He makes a throw on the run and makes a bad throw that goes into center field. The other option for him would have been first base, but of course when things happen that quickly, you're not really thinking in that direction. You're looking back towards second base to see it might have a chance right there, and that's going to run him out of the game for tonight.
Receives his second error. Runners are at second and third when we come back. Right now, the Red Sox have a 3-2 lead. 3-2, Red Sox on top of the Rangers at the moment with 2 outs in the top half of the 5th inning. Texas with runners at second and third. Nelson Cruz, the batter. And he takes ball 1 away. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Fernando Cabrera is back for the Red Sox. Last pitch with the Red Sox, the final game of last year's regular season. And with Pawtucket this year, 33 games, 0-3 with a 3.50 earned run average. 1-0's in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Pitched on the 4th of October against the Cleveland Indians last year for the Red Sox. Final game of the regular season at an 8.44 ERA in 6 appearances overall with the Red Sox last year. Check swing. He did not go. This is Bill Hahn, first base umpire. It's 2-1 as the rain has started again at Fenway. Young at third, Guerrero at second, 2 down. Fouled straight back. There is action for Texas. Matt Harrison is up and warming. That was called from Oklahoma City prior to the game last Saturday. Nelson Cruz has faced Cabrera twice in his career, 2 strikeouts. And Cabrera could use one right here for Felix Dubron, who looks on. 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Ball 4, and it didn't miss by much. Ball inside, and down to first base goes Cruz to load the bases here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, Cabrera tried to throw that breaking ball to pick up the inside corner and just missed it. Now he's going to deal with the left-handed Murphy. Here's the last pitch. They wanted the breaking ball away, but it stays flat inside, and down to first base goes Nelson Cruz.
And now David Murphy. Bats with the bases loaded, 2 down here in the 5th inning. He takes strike 1. Murphy has grounded out to shortstop and struck out looking. 2 at bats tonight. Outside, 1-1. For 4 this year, the bases loaded is David Murphy, overall 333 in his career. And the Red Sox outfielder waiting on a 1-1. Ball 2, 2-1. Brought 4 2/3 innings, 7 hits. Responsible for the 2 runs so far. They're unearned. He walked 2, struck out 5. His error in this inning, the second miscue charged to the Red Sox starter Felix Dubron. He's responsible for 2 of the 3 base runners who are on right now. As Cabrera is ready with a 2-1 pitch. And it's ball 3. Ball 4, and he walks in the game-tying run. From third comes Young, and the Rangers have tied the score 3-3. Back-to-back walks allowed by Cabrera. Here comes John Farrell. And Cabrera really not even that close with those pitches.
walk in the go-ahead run, or the tying run, excuse me. Make it a 3-3 ball game.
Time now for the answer to tonight's AT&T trivia question. How many Red Sox have hit 2 home runs in an inning? And the answer is 4. Bill Reagan was the first to do it in 1928. Ellis Perks hit 2 against the Indians in 90. Nomar Garciaparra had 2 in the 3rd inning against Tampa in 02. And David Ortiz had 2 in the 1st inning here against Texas back on August 12th of 2008. Strike 1 to Benji Molina. That August 12th game, incidentally, for David Ortiz, a game the Red Sox won 19-17. Unbelievable game. 36 runs by the 2 teams. He is an American League record. This one fouled off to the right. Ortiz in that game had 6 RBIs in the 1st inning in 2008, which tied a Red Sox team record for most RBIs in an inning. This is filled with Rangers. 2 outs here in the 5th. They've already tied the game. This time Cabrera's ahead. Here's his 0-2 pitch. It's outside, 1-2. Chris Davis waits on deck. Molina jacks one to deep center. Patterson going back at the wall. It is gone. A grand slam for Benji Molina changes the complexion of this game extremely quickly. A 7-3 lead now, and it's happened fast as Texas goes to work here in the 5th. And for the 2nd straight night, Benji Molina's gone deep.
And how about the night he's had? He's had a single, he's had a double, now the grand slam home run to straightaway center field. Supposed to go away with the breaking ball. The breaking ball stays right out over the middle of the plate, and Molina takes it straight away to center field for the home run.
And, 9 home runs against the Red Sox, 34 RBIs in his career. 324 against Boston over the course of his career, and a big grand slam here. The Rangers came into this inning trailing by a run. They now lead 7-3 with 2 outs in the inning. Davis takes a pitch inside low, 1-1. Tap foul at the plate, and it's 1-2.
Don, we talked about this Texas offense last night. I mean, it can strike quick, and it certainly has in this inning.
They've been very impressive as DeBrant was throwing error away from getting out of this inning without giving up any runs. But he is charged with 4 runs. 2 of them are earned in his 4 2/3 innings. The other 3 runs charged to Cabrera, who's faced just 3 batters, 2 walks and a grand slam for the 3 batters that he has faced since coming in. And DeBrant is now on the hook. One-two is on the ground to first base. Euclid has got it. He'll take it himself, and it ends the inning. The Rangers go to work in the 5th inning. 7 7-3 now, Texas on top as the Red Sox come to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Colby Lewis is back out there again as he has a 4-run lead to work with. And a pitch inside to Kevin Cash, who leads it off here in the 5th. Lewis giving up a home run to Adrian Beltre in the 4th inning, which gave the Red Sox at the time a 3-2 lead. But his catcher, Benji Molina, with a grand slam, part of a 5-run top of the 5th. In there for strike 2 and 2. Lewis had 90 pitches, and keeping in mind that he had a 1-hour wait during the rain delay. I'll tip off Molina, and it's still 2 and 2. Scudero and then Patterson. 9-1 and 2 for Boston in the 5th inning. Pitching line is brought to you by Lexus. 4+ innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. 92 pitches for Lewis, who strikes out Cash to begin the bottom of the 5th. 7 strikeouts for Colby Lewis, 1 down in the 5th, and the second time he's got Cash.
4 of those, at the bottom of the lineup. 2 to Bill Hall and 2 to Cash.
One out for Marco Scudero, who's fly to right and struck out swinging. The right field line foul and out of play. But the Rays and the Yankees tied up 4-4 tonight in the 9th inning in New York. It's 0-2 to Scudero. Okajima has just started to warm in the Red Sox pen. Not worked a lot in the last 10 days or so, and worked once in the series on the road trip. So he's going to get some work tonight as he starts warming up in the pen. 0-2 is lined down the right field line towards the seats, and a foul ball. Inside ball 1-1-2. Lewis's last start was against the Cleveland Indians, and he went 6 innings in that start. And he had 3 runs, 2 earned. Trying to get through the 5th here tonight. 1-2 is popped up. Left side of the Rangers infield. Michael Young makes the catch on the outfield grass. 2 down. Whether it's banking, investments, or insurance, Eastern Bank is here to help you and your community win. For each Red Sox win this month, the Eastern Bank Charitable Foundation will donate $500 to the Boys and Girls Club of Metro West. Two outs in the 5th inning, 4 in a row retired by Lewis, and here is Eric Patterson. He's had a tough time with Lewis in the game tonight. He struck out twice. Patterson went looking in the 1st inning, swinging in the 3rd inning. Pitch number 100 is fouled back, 1-1. Chopped down the first baseline, foul, and retrieved by Davis in foul ground, but it's 2-2.
Still action down in the bullpen for the Texas Rangers. If Lewis gets through this inning, this might be it for him after that long delay.
And he's at 102 pitches. Outside, ball 3, full count. Pass strikes out. Scudero pops out. 2 down in the 5th. To left field, David Murphy to his left. Makes the catch and ends the inning. Colby Lewis with a 1-2-3 5th inning. Texas Rangers with a 7-3 lead at the end of 5 from Fenway. Seven to 3, Texas on top of Boston, top half of the 6th inning. Elvis Andrus, the top of the Rangers order, leading it off. Michael Young, Ian Kinsler to face Fernando Cabrera. We've seen in these first 2 games how quickly this Texas Rangers offense can attack. A 6-run first inning in last night's game, a 5-run 5th inning tonight. Andrus has not been a big part of it. He has been struggling lately at the plate. This guy has been a big part of it. Benji Molina, 2-run home run last night, a grand slam tonight. He's got a single, a double, and of course the grand slam. He needs a triple for the cycle. We talked about Benji's speed or lack thereof. They take a little bit to get that cycle, but we'll see. This is on the ground right side. All at second. Fires to first. There's one away in the 6th inning.
Well, he had a triple in a game last year.
So it's doable.
So it's somehow possible.
He's got 5 career triples. So it is entirely possible. You find that triangle out there and it bangs around for a while. Maybe
3 people fall down.
Stranger things have happened. This is lined into center field. Michael Young has his 2nd hit of the night. Ringing single, 1-out base hit here in the 6th inning.
Coming up after the game tonight, it's Granite City Electric Red Sox final with TC, Jim Rice, and Peter Gammons. They'll bring you footage from an emotional night at Yankee Stadium as they remember the late George Steinbrenner. It's all coming up after the game, only on NESN.
One out runner at first base for Ian Kinsler. Kinsler singled back in the first inning, drove in a run, struck out in the third, popped out to the first baseman Kevin Youkilis in the fifth. And take strike one from Fernando Cabrera. Matt Harrison continues to warm. Looks like he'll be coming in for the sixth inning. Colby Lewis getting through the first five and finishing with a 1-2-3 fifth. The 0-1 is inside, 1-1. Rain falling again at Fenway. Fouled off to the right, and it is 1-2. Jim White has just told me that with the 5 triples that Benji Molina has, that makes him 267th active right now on Major League players.
That's doing some digging.
The 1-2. On the ground towards third base. Beltre will go to second for one, on the first for two. The Red Sox turn a double play to end the top of the sixth inning. Texas has a 7-3 lead after 5.5.
Quite a temper, isn't he? Yeah.
Not all of them. Friday Night Baseball on NESN is brought to you by Ace Ticket. Great seats at great prices. 7-3, Texas on top of Boston as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. Rain falling at Fenway Park once again. At the end of the game is Matt Harrison. His 14th appearance of the year, 1-1 with a 4.47 earned run average. Only sitting at 250 against him. He has walked 20 and struck out 29. Colby Lewis goes the first 5 innings and gives up 4 hits and 3 runs, including the home run by Adrian Beltre. It is David Ortiz who leads it off. David 0 for 2 tonight. He's popped out and grounded out. Walk and 7 strikeouts for Kobe Lewis. Has a chance to get his 9th win of the year. Came in at 8-5. As Ortiz takes ball 2, 2-0. Harrison joining the Texas bullpen after being recalled from Oklahoma City prior to the game last Saturday. This is his 2nd stint for the Texas Rangers this season. He was optioned prior to the club's game back on June 30th, which ended his 1st stint. And starting games for Oklahoma City. 2-1 is outside, ball 3. Last outing for Texas in a relief appearance, June 27th against Houston. He went 2 shutout innings. Swing and a miss. Big cut from Ortiz, but 96 on the gas, and it's by him, full count. Youkilis and then Drew expected here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Ortiz fouls it off, and it hangs at 3-2. And a foul, same general direction. Lewis left. He retired the last 5 Red Sox that he faced in the game. And 12 of the last 13 batters. And that was with a 1-hour rain delay mixed in. Up over 100 pitches in his outing tonight. Ball 4, David Ortiz with a leadoff walk to begin the bottom of the 6th inning.
That double play is brought to you by Papa Gino's. The double play meal deal is back. Get 2 large cheese pizzas for just $17.99. Save up to 25%. Get one delivered today. Papa Gino's, the official pizza of the Boston Red Sox.
So walk for David Ortiz in the 6th inning here to lead it off. Only the 2nd walk given up by Texas pitching in the game, and Kevin Youkilis coming up. Youkilis takes ball 1. Doubled in the 2nd inning and scored. Popped out to the 2nd baseman, Ian Kinsler, in the 3rd inning. On the ground and through. Young at 3rd base into left field. Big Poppy heading for 3rd base will get there. To 2nd goes Youkilis. Well, Michael Young had a chance there to pick it and perhaps turn a double play, but instead, the Red Sox will take it 2nd and 3rd, and it was quickly by him. It's ruled a double.
A 2nd double of the night for Kevin Youkilis. To the backhand goes Michael Young. He can't come up with it. That ball was by him before he got the glove down to the ground.
Second and 3rd, and nobody out. Chance here for the Red Sox. They trail by 4 as Drew takes ball 1. Drew with a single in the 2nd inning, an RBI single at that, his 44th RBI of the year. Grounded out in the 4th inning, 1 for 2. Got foul, 1-1. Ortiz at third, Euclid at second, nobody out. Ball 2, 2-1. At the end of the bat, foul, 2-2. Harrison coming into the game here in the 6th inning. Walks Ortiz, gives up a double to Euclid, and there is action behind him as Darren O'Day starts to limber up in the Rangers' pen. Down the line, but foul. Beltre waiting on deck. He homered in the 4th inning. He's had a 2-for-2 night, also singling. To left center field, hooking towards Murphy, and he makes the catch. Ortiz will tag. The throw is cut off, and the Red Sox get a run. 7-4 now. Texas on top. Sacrifice fly for J.D. Drew, picks up his second RBI of the night.
You get David Ortiz on third base, you got to make sure you get it deep enough in the outfield, and certainly J.D. Drew did. Chases David Murphy over to his left, makes the catch. Throw cut off on the infield, and Ortiz scores.
So one out in the inning. Euclid at second base. Adrian Beltre, as he takes ball 1. Beltre with a single in the second. Hit the solo home run in the 4th inning, which at the time gave the Red Sox a 3-2 lead. The Texas scored 5 times in the top of the 5th. Beltre rips this foul. Look out.
The Amica Pit Zone is brought to you by Amica Insurance. Amica Insurance is not just how you're covered, it's how you're treated. And Adrian Beltre, last time up, got a breaking ball down and in, and took it out of the ballpark for his 14th home run of the season.
Beltre lines out to the second baseman, Kinsler. He was looking to his right to see if he could double off Euclid, but Euclid was not far from the bag. Just no time. Beltre lines out, 2 down.
Ian Kinsler was in a position for a pickoff. He was at second base and going back to his position at second, and the line drive ends up right at him. He was actually standing on second base looking for a pickoff play.
Works out to be a break. And 2 down, and Euclid's at second. There's Daniel Nava. That's his 3rd at bat of the night. He walked in the 2nd inning. Flied out to center field in the 4th. There's ball 1 high. Red Sox have 5 hits in the game, 2 for Kevin Euclid, 2 for Adrian Beltre, and 1 for J.D. Drew. Ball 2, 2-0. There's a strike, 2-1. 94 that time from Harrison. Ortiz walked to begin the inning and has scored. Euclid's doubled. He's at second. 2-1, fouled off, 2-2.
Introducing Abacote exterior stain by Benjamin Moore, a revolutionary waterborne stain that outperforms the best oil-based stains on the market. Find Abacote at your local Benjamin Moore retailer.
Benji Molina out to talk to Matt Harrison with 2 outs in the 6th inning. And a 2-2 count to Daniel Nava. On Washington, Mike Maddox getting 5 innings from Kobe Lewis in this game tonight. Terry Francona getting 4 2/3 from Felix Dubront before Cabrera came in. Nava strikes out looking, and it ends the inning. The Red Sox get a run back. They played 6 full from Fenway at 7-4 Texas.
Challenge presented by Dunkin' Donuts. Watch the Celtic Football Club take on the Sporting Club of Portugal. The action begins live from Fenway at 7:30.
7-4, Texas on top of Boston as we head to the top half of the 7th inning. Red Sox getting a run back in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hideki Okajima in the 7th. On for Boston for his 35th appearance of the year. 2-2 with a 6.00 earned run average. 330 opponent batting average against Okajima. Not working a lot lately. Having a bad back at times. He was charged with 7 runs over his last 5 outings in 3 2/3 innings. And the last time we saw Okajima was on the 6th of July at Tampa Bay, so he did not even pitch in the Toronto series leading up to the All-Star break. Here's a base hit into center field. Off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero. Picks up his 2nd hit, 3rd time he has been aboard tonight. Well, the league leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network. And highest percentage of swings, not surprising, by Guerrero on top in that category. He's seen 15 total pitches tonight, and he has swung at 8 of them. So he is on to begin things in the 7th inning for Josh Hamilton, who has flied out, walked, and lined out as he takes strike one. Fernando Cabrera went an inning and a third, giving up a hit. It was a big one. A grand slam for Benji Molina. Charged with 3 runs, walked 2, and did not strike anybody out. Kojima quickly ahead, 0-2.
Pretty nasty pitch, down and away, knee high.
Runner goes. Guerrero's going to try it. The throw will skip by Scudero and backed up by Hall. So a chance there for Cash to get him, but throw is in the dirt and gets by Scudero.
Well, again, that's just good base running right there by Vladimir Guerrero. The ball bounces, watch when it bounces, and he sees it in front of Cash. He just takes off at second base. Cash has to rush the throw, and they can't get Guerrero at second base. It's good aggressive base running.
So Guerrero at second base. Josh Hamilton waiting on a 1-2. And it's rolled over foul outside of first. So the 7 runs put together tonight by Texas, 4 of them charged to Felix Dubront and 3 to Fernando Cabrera. There's Nelson Cruz waiting on deck. Wild pitch has Vladimir Guerrero standing at second base with nobody out here in the top half of the 7th. Up high, and Hamilton ducking back out of the way. 2-2. Swing and miss again. Hamilton loses the bat as he strikes out. Having trouble holding on to that bat tonight.
Looks like the curveball from Okajima going down and away from Hamilton. He kind of loses control of the bat as it ends up behind the umpire. He must really have a light grip on that bat. A couple of times it's gone flying tonight.
Into the seats to the right here and the box seats earlier in the game, and this time almost got the umpire. 1 out, Guerrero at second base. Nelson Cruz, the batter. Pickoff play at second. Okajima not throwing. He's cheating in from second was Hall. Cruz couldn't hold up and goes around for strike 1. Cruz pops it up Pass discards the mask and makes the catch in foul ground for the second out of the inning. Let's check in with Sports Desk and Cole Wright. Cole? Okay, Cole, thanks very much. Here it is 7-4. Texas on top of Boston. Game 2 of this 4-game series between the Red Sox and the Texas Rangers. Red Sox dropping the first game of the series, and Rangers are batting here in the 7th with 2 outs and Guerrero at second base. Ball one high to David Murphy. David Murphy, now 28 years of age. Was a first-round pick by the Red Sox back in 2003 and part of the Eric Gagne deal. Traded away at the trade deadline in 2007. Prior to the Red Sox winning another World Championship. In the dirt, and it's 2-0. David Murphy playing his collegiate baseball at Baylor University. Parts of 2 years in Boston, 06 and 07. Combining for only 23 games. With the Red Sox, been in Texas since 07. Chopped right side at Hall at second base. On to first for the out that ends the top of the 7th. 7th inning stretch from Fenway Park. It's 7-4. Rangers on top. As we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. A 1-hour rain delay here tonight at Fenway Park. Darren O'Day becomes the 3rd Rangers pitcher of the night. 41st appearance, a 1.49 ERA. Well, sitting at 198 against O'Day. Bill Hall standing in and taking ball 1. Hall struck out twice, both times against the Rangers starter tonight, Colby Lewis, with the first 5 innings. to shortstop and Elvis Andrus. Hall is retired for the first out here in the 7th inning. Red Sox have more action in the pen. Ramon Ramirez is warming up. We've seen Felix Dubron start this game. 4 2/3. Fernando Cabrera an inning and a third, and Hideki Okajima pitching the 7th inning for Terry Francona.
See where the Yankees won that game 5-4 against Tampa Bay in New York.
So they'll improve their lead over the Rays by 3 games. And with a loss tonight, the Red Sox would drop to 6.5 back. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Down the right field line for Cash, straightening out towards the pole, but foul. Walk-off single for Nick Swisher. Winning run for the Yankees as they beat Tampa Bay 5-4 tonight at Yankee Stadium. Red Sox looking for a come-from-behind victory here tonight at Fenway Park. 1 out in the 7th. The 0-2 is up high, 1-2. Cash has struck out twice tonight. All-time swinging. Colby Lewis started tonight for Texas, had 7 strikeouts. Top of the Red Sox order, Marco Scutaro waiting on deck. 1 out in the 7th. On the ground to third base. Michael Young to his left. Throws out Cash. And there's 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Coming up tomorrow night's Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe Red Sox Game Day Live with Tom Caron. Red Sox will see Cliff Lee for the first time in a Rangers uniform as he takes the mound against John Lackey. It's all coming up tomorrow night at 6, only on NESN.
2 down here in the 7th inning. Marco Scutaro 0 for 3 in the game. He's flied out to right, struck out swinging, popped out to third. In the left field, and a base hit for Marco Scutaro. Had been 0 for 8 in the series. And a single here with 2 down in the 7th inning.
Time now for a look at the road ahead, brought to you by Safeco Insurance. Tomorrow night it'll be the second start in a Rangers uniform for Cliff Lee. Texas is the 4th team for Lee in the past seasons. He lost his Texas debut last Saturday, allowing 6 runs, but he did throw a complete game, his 5th in the last 7 games. And a lot of Cliff Lee coming up.
Mike Maddox out there to talk to O'Day. There is action in the pen for Texas, as Darren Oliver, who we saw last night, is warming up right now for the Rangers. Get another base runner. He may be on for David Ortiz, who waits on deck for Boston. 2 outs here in the inning. Patterson coming up. O'Day got 2 quick outs. Got Hall to ground out to short, Cash to ground out to third, but a single for Marco Scutaro. And Eric Patterson, the batter. He struck out twice tonight, flied out to left. And there for strike 1. Strike over the outside corner, 1-2. And O'Day working 15 2/3 consecutive shutout innings over his last 16 appearances. Seeing his earned run average drop from 2.61 to 1.49, which is the 5th lowest among American League relievers. Second longest active scoreless streak right now in the American League, behind one of the White Sox, J.J. Putz. J.J. has gone 23 2/3 innings, giving up a run. Former closer of the Seattle Mariners when he was at his best.
Red Sox now getting a completely different look from O'Day, that almost underhand delivery.
Strike 3 call. Patterson down by way of the K. The Sox gone in the 7th. Nope. Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Here it is, 7-4, Texas on top of Boston as we start the 8th inning. Benji Molina leading it off for the Rangers. And he's looking for a triple for the cycle. And he is dealing with Ramon Ramirez. He's the 4th Boston pitcher of the night. There's Benji Molina, Chris Davis, and Elvis Andrus. Ramon appearing in his 39th game of the year, 0-2 with a 4.66 earned run average. He's given up 36 hits in 36 2/3 innings. And a strike to Molina, and it's 2-1. All Benji's done tonight is single, double, and hit a grand slam. Cash out to talk to Ramirez. Molina coming up with the bases loaded in the 5th inning and able to take Fernando Cabrera out of the yard to straightaway center field. His 2nd home run. Both coming in this series. Hit a 2-run shot off Tim Wakefield in the 1st inning, part of a 6-run attack last night. Now a drive out towards deep right center field. Back goes Patterson, and he can't make the catch. Molina has a chance for a triple. He will head for second, and a chance for the cycle if he can get there. The throw to third is not going to be in time, and the cycle for Benji Molina. Just when you thought it was impossible, Molina gets it done.
You've got to be kidding me.
Unbelievable. We have seen it all.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would see Benji Molina get a triple. Right off the glove of Patterson. Now Molina's watch him pick him up and put him down. He knows he's got 3. Well, when you think you've seen everything in this game.
Wow. How about that? Well, this is his 6th triple, so it's not like he's never had one before, but as you mentioned, he's 267th of active in triples, and he did have one last year in April. That one triple alone moves him up to 251st. Active. This is foul straight back, 1-1.
At first, when that ball left the bat, I thought it might have been a home run.
So a single in the second, a double in the 4th, a grand slam in the 5th, and a triple for Benji here in the 8th. He's the 5th Ranger who've ever hit for the cycle. Oh, swing and a miss for Davis, down 1-2.
And he did it without having 3 guys falling down.
No, I know. Which we thought may be necessary to get it done. He hurt himself, though, in the process, doing a lot of stretching down there at third base. I'm not sure if he's just out of gas or...
He's out of gas.
I don't know. A lot of stretching on that right leg. 1-2 fouled off.
Stretching out the quad.
Swing and a miss. Gets away from Cash, who fires down to first for the out. And strikeout for Ramirez. Putout goes 2-3. And a look at what we thought might be impossible.
At first, I thought the ball might have had a chance to go out of the ballpark, and then Patterson goes back, actually gets a glove on it. And the ball runs to the 420. Patterson tracks it down, and then Molina on his way to third base. So there is the completion of the cycle tonight for Molina.
We've talked about it over the years. Clearly one of the slowest running major league players that we've seen, and I think that injury is an injury. He's grabbing the back of the leg now. On the front, tough to tell, and they may take him out of the game. The cycle for Benji Molina here tonight, and we'll see if it's costly as far as an injury goes. And he is coming out. Like Joaquin Arias will run for him at third base. Runner at third, infield in all the way around for Boston here in the 8th with 1 out. Arias now at third base, pinch running for Molina. Elvis Andrus reached on an error in the first inning, struck out in the second, struck out in the fourth, and then grounded out in the sixth inning. Strike one, 1-1. Action for Texas. Frank Francisco warming for the Rangers. Snap throw to third, and Arias is back safely.
Prearranged play there between Cash and Adrian Beltre at third base. Cash throwing over the top of the head of Elvis Andrus.
Two one is outside, 3-1. The last catcher to hit for the cycle, Chad Moeller, the Milwaukee Brewers back in 2004. Benjamin Molina has done it tonight for the Texas Rangers, but costly in some sense, having to leave the game would appear to be a quad problem. 3-1 pitch to Elvis Andrus. He is outside, ball 4. He walks him. Fifth walk given up by Red Sox pitching in the game tonight. Dunkin' Donuts is in its 11th year of hosting local youth groups and charitable organizations in the Dunkin' Dugout. Special seating section at Fenway Park. Thousands of children have had the chance to catch a Red Sox home game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. And hanging in there tonight after an hour rain delay. A late night at Fenway Park. We've extended into inning number 8. Rangers have runners at the corners, 1 out, and Michael Young the batter. Swing and a miss, but it gets away, and to second goes Andrus. Wild pitch charged to Ramirez.
Been a few of these tonight for the Red Sox pitching. Slide it down in the dirt, deflects off Kevin Cash. Andrus goes to second base, so 2 men in scoring position now with the 1 out.
Fourth wild pitch of the night, uncorked by Red Sox pitching. More action for Boston. Daniel Bard warming up in the pen. Outside, 1-1. Foul straight back, 1-2. Young now, Kinsler next as the Rangers bat here in the 8th. Infield in for Boston with runners at second and third. 1-2 is blooped down the right field line. Long run for Drew. He'll get there to make the catch. Tagging his Arias. Throw to the plate is going to be close, but Cash can't make the catch and the run scores. It was a good one, but Cash could not handle it. And getting in is Arias from third to give Texas an 8-4 lead.
The ball was there in time, but Kevin Cash never really had it in his glove. There's J.D. Drew charging the ball, makes a good throw to home plate. It's going to bounce a couple of times, and that second bounce, Cash could not handle. He thought he had the ball when he went to make the tag, but he did not.
So another run for the Rangers, who up their lead to 8-4 with 2 outs in the inning. Andrus moved to third base. It's Kinsler with a swing and a miss. A single back in the first inning to drive in a run. Since then, he was struck out, popped out, and grounded into a double play. So 4 runs given up by Dubront, 3 for Cabrera, and 1 so far for Ramirez. High fly ball foul for Kinsler into the seats. Two balls, 2 strikes to Ian Kinsler. Andrus at third base, 2 down here in the 8th. 23rd pitch for Ramon Ramirez. It's ball 3, full count. Ramirez pitching in last night's game. He went an inning giving up a hit. Back in there again tonight. Vladimir Guerrero waits on deck. Kinsler pops it up. Down from third comes Beltre, and in fair ground. Makes the catch that ends the inning, but Texas adds another run. It's 8-4 Rangers at the end of 7.5. Boston Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by New England Toyota dealers. Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network. Sullivan Tire. And by Southwest Airlines. 8-4, Texas on top of Boston. New battery entirely as Matt Trainer is now in the game for Texas. Benjamin Molina leaving the game with an injury. As into the game pitching is Frank Francisco. his 44th appearance of the year. 6-4 mark with a 4.28 earned run average. 261 opponent batting average. And then for a strike to David Ortiz, 1-1. David has popped out, grounded out, and walked. Scored a run back in the 6th inning. Darren O'Day pitched the 7th for the Rangers. An inning giving up a hit, no runs. Didn't walk anybody and struck out a batter. Reggie Molina leaving with tightness in his right quad after his triple that completed the cycle here tonight at Fenway Park. Red Sox have action in the pen. Dustin Richardson, the left-hander, has started to warm in the pen. Red Sox have already used Dubront, Cabrera, Okajima, and Ramirez tonight. Inside, 2-2. Frank Francisco has given up 4 runs in an inning over his last 2 outings. ERA has gone from 3.69 to 4.28. Prior to that, he'd gone 9 scoreless innings in 9 outings. Through the shift, went into right field, a base hit for David Ortiz. And a single to begin this bottom of the 8th inning.
On Sunday at 12, Heidi Watney's lineup includes the top 5 games of the first half, Ortiz home run heroics, and much more. The Ultimate Red Sox Show Sunday, presented by Arbeller Insurance Group. Arbeller Insurance, here for good.
The lead runner on for Boston in the 8th inning is Big Papi. Evan Youkilis is 2 for 2. 2 doubles in the game tonight as he takes a look at ball 1 outside. No, fouled off, and it's 1-1. Top ball 2-2-1. Francisco still throwing hard at 95.
They get some guys that come out of that bullpen that get some pretty good fastballs.
We saw Gondo in last night's game. Of course, Naftali Feliz, outstanding. He's tied for second in the American League with 23 saves. Swing and a miss. Youkilis, it's 2-2.
Slided that time from Francisco. As we look into that bullpen for the Texas Rangers.
Alexi Gondo, 3 strikeouts in the game last night. Two-two pitch to Youkilis. Is whipped to center, and that'll drop for a base hit. The Red Sox making some noise here in the 8th. The first 2 have reached to get it started.
Youkilis picks up his 3rd hit of the night. 2 doubles in this game, and now the single. Back-to-back singles have men at first and second. That pitch actually jammed Youkilis, but he's able to muscle the ball into center field for the base hit.
So 2 on, nobody out. The Red Sox have had their way with Frank Francisco. A career 20.26 ERA in 10 appearances against Boston. He's given up 18 earned runs in his career against Boston in 8 innings. And the Red Sox trying to do some more damage against him here. 2 on, nobody out. J.D. Drew, the batter. And Drew takes strike 1. It's outside, 1-1. Drew wraps it foul, 1-2. Against Frank Francisco in his career. Got Ortiz at second, Euclid at first, nobody out in the eighth. Ground ball foul outside of first, and we'll do it again.
Two-strike count. I doubt very much that Big Pop would be stealing third base.
Drew with a swing and a foul tip into the catcher's mitt at 95. It was elevated as Francisco strikes out J.D. Drew.
About letter high to J.D. This time, no contact, and Francisco picks up the strikeout. The ball just up and out of the strike zone just a bit.
1 down, 2 on, and Adrian Beltre, the batter. Beltre's had a 2-hit night, a single back in the second inning, then a solo home run in the fourth. Lined out to second base in the sixth inning. Tolly Feliz, closer for the Texas Rangers, getting ready in the pen. He's the only active rookie in the 2010 All-Star game. Jason Hayward replaced due to injury. The Braves' great rookie, third Rangers rookie All-Star. A 1 pitch. It was fouled off to the right, 0-2. A reminder to stay with us after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings Live. Complete post-game coverage is coming up. 0-2 to Beltre, 1 out in the eighth. Fouled off down the right field line, still 0-2. Just 1 for 7 against Francisco, but the 1 hit is a home run. Down low, 1-2. Daniel Nava on deck. Beltre fouls another one off down the right field line. He's making Francisco work here in the inning. It's up to 21 pitches here in the eighth. Will be Lewis, pitcher of record, 5 innings, 3 runs. Matt Harrison went an inning giving up a run. Darren O'Day, a shutout inning. Now Frank Francisco for Texas works the eighth. Beltre to right field. Nelson Cruz going back to make the catch on the liner for the second out of the 8th inning, and a quick throw to second base as Ortiz back to the bag. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Eastern Bank, awarded highest customer satisfaction in retail banking in the New England region by J.D. Power and Associates. It takes teamwork to bring home the trophy. 2 on, 2 down in the 8th, and Daniel Nava, the batter. He has walked flat out to center and struck out. Francisco, the closer at one time for the Texas Rangers, and replaced by Neftali Feliz. Francisco last year registering 25 saves. 51 overall appearances for Texas last year. Fly ball, deep left field. David Murphy back to the warning track to make the catch. That ends the inning. Red Sox strand a pair in the 8th. We head for the 9th. It's 8-4 Texas. In the rain with a solo home run back in the 4th inning, which put the Red Sox on top 3-2. But Texas, they would score 5 times in the 5th. A grand slam in the inning by Benji Molina, and he would then triple later on to complete the cycle tonight against the Red Sox. Here is Vladimir Guerrero with a 2-hopper out to Bill Hall at second base. And 1 pitch is 1 out in the top of the 9th inning for Dustin Richardson, the new Red Sox pitcher. Into the game, it's already his 12th appearance of the year. A record of 3.18 ERA. And opponents hitting at 348 against him. Has 1 out in the 9th and now has to deal with Josh Hamilton. Hamilton has flied out to the warning track in center field, walked, lined out to the pitcher hard, and struck out in the 7th. Swing and a miss by him at 92, and it's 0-2. Richardson working in the game last night, went a third of an inning. Did walk 3 batters in the game last night. Well, Hamilton tonight without a base hit. Just the 3rd time in 13 games in the month that that's happened. He's got a chance here. 0-2, lifts the fly ball to left, but right at Daniel Nava. There's 2 outs in the 9th inning. So 2 away, and it brings up Nelson Cruz. There's a single back in the 1st inning, a strikeout in the 3rd. He walked in the 5th and fouled out to the catcher Kevin Cash in the 7th. To center field, Patterson going back. It's going to be over his head and one hop the wall. Cruz headed for second base. Pretty good throw, but it is not going to be in time, as into second goes Cruz with his 2nd hit of the night. A 2-out double here in the 9th.
Earlier in the ball game, back in the 1st inning, Cruz extended his hitting streak to 5 straight games. Now he's got a multiple hit game, as that line drive quickly gets over the head of Eric Patterson in center field.
So 2 down. Cruz at second base. Here's David Murphy. 0 for 3 with a walk in the game. And there's strike 1. On the ground towards second base. Hall's got it. Gone are the Rangers in the 9th. Last chance for the Red Sox as they trail by 4. Home runs in 12 games since coming to Seattle from Cleveland. But he's now joined another list, a list of players with strange injuries. Branyan missed last night's game after knocking over a coffee table in his hotel room and having it land on his foot. Branyan was trying to shut the curtains in the room around 5 a.m. and didn't see the table. Twisted tea, hard iced tea. is the refreshing hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea, be a little twisted.
You got to put the lights on, when you get up there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's bottom of the 9th inning, and it's 8-4. Texas is on top. As Natali Feliz, the closer for the Rangers, in the game. Bill Hall takes strike one. For Feliz, his 40th appearance, 1-2, 3.82 ERA, 23 out of 25. And save opportunities, opponents only hitting at 197 against him. Hall grounds one to shortstop. Elvis Andrus out number 1 of the 9th inning. I mentioned Feliz, an all-star this year. Tied for second in the American League with 23 saves. He has 11 more than the previous rookie franchise record already. Ryan Shiley will pinch hit here with 1 out in the 9th for Kevin Cash. 0 for 4 since joining the Red Sox, called up from Pawtucket. As he takes ball 1. Cash tonight had been 0 for 3. Outside 2-0. On the ground to third base, Michael Young's got it. And there's 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 9th. Well, don't forget, after the game, stay with us for Granite City Electric's Red Sox final. It's coming up from our Nesson HD Television Center. Rangers an out away from taking the first 2 games of this 4-game series. Marco Scutaro makes his way to the plate. So 2 outs here in the 9th. Scutaro is fly to right, struck out, hopped out, and singled to left. Gets to the backstop, and it's 1-1. Scutaro hits a fly ball to shallow center. Josh Hamilton coming in. And Natali Feliz has a 1-2-3 9th. The Texas Rangers have taken the first 2 games of this 4-game series. Red Sox had a 3-2 lead in this one, but Texas comes up with an 8-4 victory in the end. And they have been explosive in the first couple of games, Jerry.
They really have. And tonight, of course, it was Molina doing it with the grand slam that kind of put this thing away for him. And on top of that, he hits for the cycle. Later on in the ball game, has the triple. So the Red Sox dejected in these first 2 games after the All-Star break. They've been pretty much manhandled by the Texas Rangers.
1 hour rain delay mixed in. We'll step aside and come back to Fenway Park after this.